We got FAPs. We got frost grenades. We'll pick up some more flash powder outside the instance. And then we're flying. Bro, we're so broke. It's unbelievable. 15k down to 1. Down to 1. Good lord. Lordy. The compressor on heavy. That's good. Oh, we were damn close. Look at that. Just a few meters away. A little too far to the left. Oh, I will update that later. What should I buy first? Blink Strike for my alt rogue, or save up for the Belt of Deep Shadow? Or we drop mining on McBacon and go enchanting. First off, we're making money. No chest left. No chest right. Addy, is it going to be a fell or a corium? It's a fell. We'll take it. Oh no. If you're gonna go, you need to distract them. And it is locked. We'll do long pull. Mr. Bacon. Hello, Mr. Haboob. How you doing, bro? It's been a while. It's been a minute. Have you done any new raids? I have surely. I did SSC and TK. I got the Van Braces of Ending from TK. And I soft resed the Talon of Ashara main hand sword from SSC, along with Freka, the other rogue in my guild. Very good rogue. And he was exposing for me, which was really nice of him. It dropped. He won the roll. So I was a little disappointed, obviously. It's the best upgrade we can get, apart from DST. And if you want to parse and keep chasing parses, ooh. But I am happy that he has it. He deserves it. He's a great rogue. And he was doing me a solid. So it was nice. We got a 97 parse on the lurker below. But honestly, I was a little bit not disappointed, but I thought we'd get a few more orange parses. But that was the only one. Our guild dropped 2 talons in the same run. Wow. Or was it in the same run? Probably not the same run. Yeah, so this is SSC TK. My first from last week. Died on Alar. Stayed in, forgot about the explosion mechanic. Got him down first phase and got one shot. Hydros was okay, not great. I didn't blade flurry at the right time and lost a lot of DPS because I was green on the fight. Lurker was good, solid. Lithoris would have been a much higher parse, but he self-healed during the fight because lots of us made mistakes and he regained a bunch of health. We did manage to kill him, but because it took a lot longer than it should have, obviously your DPS is going to drop after you peak from AD and Blade Flurry. So that would have been a much better parse if he hadn't have self-healed. Caritas, yeah, Tidewalker. I died, I think, on Tidewalker. Bash, I died at the very end. Toward the very end, last 30 seconds. Void Reaver was okay. And we didn't manage to kill Kel'Thas, but this was like, I don't know, 5 hours in or something. We did manage to get a 99 on Gruul though. Again, not in a parsing guild, so I'm very happy with that. And I was actually running expose armor. So 3 of my 5 combo point finishers were expose armor. Look at that. Only 4 ruptures and 1 eviscerate. And there was probably 3 or 4 expose armors in there. So I had it up the entire fight, which is about 3 or 4 5 combo point exposes. Could you imagine how much more the DPS would have been if it had been combo points, 5 combo point eviscerates? Would have been insane. No, in 2 runs. Okay, got you. That makes more sense. I was lagging like crazy. 500 MS. That sucks. But you've done all of SSC. Nice one. Yeah, glad to hear it. You're gonna try and do a pug for Tempest Keep. Wow. Crazy numbers. They're okay, they're okay. We'll try and get them better. You're gonna pug TK. Interesting. And what are you looking to get out of there? I assume Warp Spring Coil is top of the list. But after that, there's not crazy good stuff out of there. Which is good for us. I mean, this pistol is good. We're going to want that at some point. It is BIS. But not a lot of people want it. So we'll be able to pick it up easily. These are BIS, but they're not a huge upgrade. In fact, if you just swap out your Waste Walkers for these, and you lose your 2-set from Waste Walkers, you're gonna lose 20 DPS. Depending on your... Well, I will lose 20 DPS because I've simmed my setup and I know it exactly. So it depends. But you're gonna lose a lot of DPS if you swap these out. Warp Spring Coil is our best item. We already got Van Braces, so we can take that off. Welder Cloak is sometimes it's a little bit more DPS than Reaver. But most of the time it isn't. And then the Band of the Ranger General. I think I'm just gonna do that. The rings are about a 10 to 12 DPS upgrade on the Phase 1 BIS each. So not huge. Exactly right, I've done some sims on Night's Eye. And figured I would need to wait with any gear swapping for a bit. Yeah. Yeah. So I've done a lot of work on sims recently for the new video, which still hasn't been released, but it will be soon. And yeah, I've got all sorts of really useful tips about how to gear. It all depends on the order in which you get the pieces. So for standalone pieces like, you know, trinkets, main hand, offhand, anything that isn't a set piece, basically, it's fine. You just look at straight DPS, right? But for the set pieces, everybody and their grandmother is running 2-piece tier 4 and 2-piece Waste Walkers because it's BIS. But if you go into this phase and you don't have a 3rd piece of tier 4, you're in trouble because you need to be able to swap that 3rd piece in and out when you get upgrades for different slots to maintain your 2-set bonus. And when you break Waste Walker, you need to break with the gloves first. Otherwise, you're going to lose DPS. Some people will be like, oh, I got the Death Mantle shoulders, they're BIS. And they put them on, and they probably don't realize because it's a small amount of DPS. But it's not small, relatively. It's quite a large DPS fall. It's like 20 DPS, which is big. If you got an item that gives you a 20 DPS increase, that'd be good. That'd be A tier. S tier is like DST, Talon of Ashara, Belt of 100 Deaths. You know, you're looking at between 40 and 70 DPS upgrades for those items, depending on the item. And then anything from 20 to 40 is solid, strong A tier. And anything under that is like B tier, rings and slight upgrades. So if you lose 20 DPS, that's a big loss. Oh, we're behind time. In other news, or in gold farming news, the scrolls are worth a lot now. Now, these were always worth a nice bit, but scrolls of spirit are selling for 3.5 gold now, where they were, well, under a gold anyway. I will try to raid lead today. As first time TBC player, learned all the strategies on TK, but I'm kind of scared to be the leader. Have you ever been a raid leader before, outside of TBC? That's what will give you most of your confidence. But it is, you feel a lot of pressure when you raid lead. You feel like there's a lot of expectation on you. And if you, it's gonna be, I want to hear how you get on. Let me know. When I was raid leading Molten Core this time last year, I was an officer in my guild, but I'd never raid led before, and we'd done Molten Core like plenty of times. I've done it for years, and we'd done it plenty of times up at that point. But man, when you go from just listening to what the raid leader says and cruising through DPS and their healing or whatever, and then you actually are the person saying the things, bro, it's a different game completely. I have so much appreciation and respect for raid leaders and guild leaders after being in positions of raid leading and being an officer, so adopting responsibility. Fell and Addy. So hold on, you're gonna try and raid lead today. Raid lead a pug in Tempest Keep, and you've never been a raid lead before, and you've never played TBC before. You just looked the strategies up online. Hey, I tell you this, you got some balls. You got some balls, bro. Fair play to you. You're gonna learn a lot. I don't know if you're gonna finish the raid, but you're gonna learn a lot. And fair play, because that is something that most people will just never do. They'll never take that risk. Ami1, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Never been a raid lead. I'm scared to do any mistake. You're going to make loads of mistakes. Don't be afraid of it. Just make them. But on the other hand, it is something that I always wanted to do at least once. Also, as a rogue, finding any group on those new raids seems to be impossible. It kind of sounds like that last bit, your last clause, about Not being able to find raids as a rogue is the real reason that you're doing it. Bravo, brother. That is how you take the bull by the horns and make your own groups. The balls on you. TK. Raid lead. I want to watch it. I want to watch it. Oh shit. Okay, well I guess we're doing this. Nice one, we got it. Hell yeah, big balls right here. Please do not do that. If you've never raid led before, don't do that to people. Ami's got a point, like it's gotta be tough. To be honest, let me think. Yeah. Alar is a technical fight. You know what? You can do that. It's okay. Because if you don't know what you're doing, you're probably not even going to make it past Alar. So nobody's going to get saved. But to Ami's point of not doing that to people, I got Alara memorized 100%. The only way to learn to do something that's difficult and something that you need experience to do, even though you haven't got any, is to just do it. Just like you're gonna do it. Just do it. You know? If people are pugging these raids, they expect stuff like that anyway. It's worth the sacrifice. If you're actually going to go ahead and learn how to do it, you'll be providing a service to people who won't do it for themselves. But in order to do that, you have to learn, so go for it. But I totally get Ami, that sentiment. Huh. Okay, I guess we're gonna step blind. Seconds. 10. I mean, I do have my trinket, but I don't want to use it unless I have to. And I don't have to. Oh, shit. I guess we're going again. mean, you can make the group and have someone else raid lead, or if you've never raid led, someone will take over, or the group will disband. Yeah. I have Alara memorized 100%. It won't be enough. But I think what Ami said is a good point. When you get on Discord, you should let people know, look, I've looked up the strategies. You know, I'm going to try to raid lead. Be honest with them. Don't be 100% honest and say, I have no idea what I'm doing. This is the first time I played TBC. The place will just fall apart. But do say, okay guys, anybody who has experienced raid lead in this raid, please feel free to give me any tips or tricks. I know the strategies for the bosses, but it's been a minute, something like that. And it's all fresh for us, so, you know, if you have anything to add, let me know, and you'll bring the best out of people then. If there's anyone in the crew that has experience, they'll let you know, and then they can pretty much take over, and you can learn from them. There's always someone who wants to kind of raid lead and say what to do. Yeah. Not even consciously. People just, it's the personality type, or I kind of like that. Like, I wouldn't be afraid to pipe up and say something. Or if I see some mechanic happening that somebody's not doing something, even if I'm not a guild lead or raid lead, I'll say something. I saw bad raid leaders, and I saw really good ones. Learned a lot from both. I'm pretty sure it won't be a total disaster. The disaster part isn't really, I think Ami's probably agree with me here. I think the worry isn't that you won't be, how would you say, I don't know, socially adept enough to be raid lead. It's the mechanics of the boss fights that you need to be on top of. You need to tell people what to do and when. And you don't have the experience. You can look at you can read the things, but like I said, big balls, and you should do it because you're going to learn by fire. But it's going to be tough. Making a group is the hard part. Big problem in LFG is that there's always like 60 or more gamers and not a single raid group forming. You're probably gonna, how are you gonna select people? How are you gonna form your raid? Like specifically, just go into LFG and invite the comp that you want, find as many of the classes that you need, and then fill out the rest of them. What's your strategy? Okay, I'll give you some advice. You probably, since you haven't replied yet, I was just feeling you out to see if you were going to do it. But when you're making your raid, 100%, when you go into LFG and you're sourcing people, go onto Warcraft logs, type in the name of every person before you whisper them, and then check their logs. Not for SSC and TK. Well, you can check it for that if they have them, great. But, you know, it's not as reliable to look at if their logs are good for SSC and TK, obviously, because it's first raid. But if you go into their logs and they're, you know, purple or upwards, then you're good. Look at Gruel, Maggie, and Carrie and Kara. Just look at their average. And if their logs are purple and upwards, I would take those people. In SOD Phase 2, I was making my own groups, and we raided Nomragon on launch. And I just made a rule. I was like 95%. I actually put it in the spam, the advertisement. Look for more Resh Nomer, 95 plus 95 parse only. And my own parses from the previous phase, like it had just released. So the advertisement basically said if you have 95 parse and above performance average for phase 1, then you can get an invite. And it ensured that only the best players would be in the group. And if you have a raid full of 95 plus parsers, then you don't need to worry about anything, because they're all smart, capable. They probably know their class very well. They know how the groups coordinate. They can react and think on themselves. People will probably check my logs as well, and they might not like that. It depends. If it doesn't matter, because if they're going to check your logs and then they're like, I'm not joining your raid, then they're going to check your logs and they're not going to join the raid. That's fine. You don't have to advertise, like I mentioned there, what I did, but you should most definitely, when you're making the raid and you look in LFG, you know, let's go beef work. Oh, he doesn't have a Hilo Kalis. Okay, so this guy hasn't even done Karazhan, and his Gruel Maggie logs are that. This is a prime example of someone you do not want in your raid, because they're clueless. Now, that might actually be a very good player who is, but the chance that that's the case is very low. I think I looked at your logs before. I think they were actually decent enough. Okay. Not bad. Yeah, all purple, that's good. Yeah, sound. Your logs are solid. Really solid. Really, really nice. And a 75 on Hydros is good. So you're good. Now, if anybody looked at your logs, anybody who's like, if someone looks at your logs and then they look at SSC and TK and they start giving out about that, then that's someone who's either retarded because they don't understand that you can't look at those logs because it's a fresh raid, or they know full well that they shouldn't use those raids as an example to benchmark somebody's competence, but they're just doing it anyway because they're trying to be a cunt. So they'll look at your older logs and they'll see you have all purple parses with some legendaries, and that's fine. That's better than fine. It's good. Very good. Logs never say the full story. If you looked at my SSC and TK logs, I would never get invited on a group. But we killed Vash and KT because I carried. That's true. It's true. Definitely. Yeah, there's blind spots like that. But if somebody has really, really good logs, that's a good indication that they're a good player. It's not locked. What the hell was that? That's crazy. That's so weird. Let's read a little bit then. Yeah, I was at 500 MS, 1 sinister strike per 2 to 3 seconds. Yeah. Terrible logs on SSC. I could do 100 times better if not for the lags. Yeah, fair enough. He can look for PvP players. They never make a group because they're always looking for one. They may not have the best logs or gear, but they have the awareness to not fail. And that's all you need with the nerfed content. That's a very good point. That's a great point. But how do you identify them as PvP players? Is there some kind of Warcraft logs for PvP? Like a resource? Ironforge Pro. Cool. Can you search by... Oh, you can. That's cool. Wow, that's pretty outdated. This is what 2 months ago. Okay, let's update that. Yeah, this is my complete TBC PvP experience. That's all the arenas I've ever done in my life. 16. I went 8 for 8. I'm not a PvPer, and I don't have time to learn at the moment. PvP gear, of course. No, PvP gear doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be good. Although, fair enough, if they have gladiator gear, although everyone can buy that now with honor, so no. I did some PvP, but only to get the swords since no spite drop. Yeah. Why didn't you buy Blink Strike? Blink Strike actually sims higher the better gear you get in phase 1 simming. So at lower gear levels, the PvP sword is much closer in DPS to Blink Strike. But as you get closer to Biss, Blink Strike jumps ahead for some reason. Did I reset? No, good. .2, 2.4 range. .4K rating. Yeah, I think that's a bit high. 1.7, 1.8. Isn't that like decent enough? .4 and 2.2. That's... what percentile would that be? Like top 5? Top 10? I mean, there's an idiom here, an obvious one. Beggars can't be choosers. But if you actively look for good players, then you're not a beggar, I suppose. But there is a lot of people with that rating looking for groups, and they have friends who want to join also. We spent 15,000 gold in the past week. Crazy. Yeah, they are solid tips. That PvP one as well. I didn't know about that. Didn't think about it. Not locked, that's nice. Of course it did. What did I spend it on? I spent 10k on my alt rogue. I paid for a boost. So I can have an alt rogue to do SV. And then I can make my main rogue, this guy. 1 minute. Full PvE. So engineering and jewel crafting or enchanting. Jewel crafting, DPS increase from the gems you get at the minute. The JC only ones is almost nothing. You have 120 attack power gem, which is a bit better than the agi ones, but not significantly. Enchanting right now, 2 striking on the rings, sims about 10 to 15 DPS. With my current setup, sims 10 to 15 DPS ahead, which is about the same value as one of the rings out of the new raids. That's upgrade from phase 1 bis to phase 2 bis rings, 10 to 15 DPS each. Depends on the ring, but... So yeah, I boosted my second rogue to 58, and then I paid mages to boost me all the way to 70. For about... I was thinking to just quest and do a video series or streaming, leveling, daggers, subtlety build, shadow step leveling, which is a lot of fun. But that lasted for about 9 minutes. And I was like, I cannot be arsed with this. So I just paid for boosts. I bought him a load of gear at 60 that I shouldn't have, but I hadn't decided to boost him at that stage. So I spent about 1,000 gold on like a crawl blade and a load of other little things. And then paid for him to be boosted. Let's sap this guy. Then I bought the NG goggles and crafted them on this character. I was waiting. The doors were about to open to the raid, and I asked at 11:59 to get a summon while I was on the way to Zabrajin to speak to the NG trainer. And at 11:59, he still didn't have the goggles, and I was hoping that they'd go live with the raid opening. And sure enough, 12 o'clock, boom, they went live. So I had 30 seconds left on the summon, clicked it straight into the raid, and I crafted the goggles on the elevator on the way down. Pretty cool. But expensive. Okay, I have 6 minutes, so I don't want to lose this water walking, so we're actually gonna... Perfect. We got over 100% dodge. When we activate evasion and the 2 trinkets. Well, that was lucky. We didn't actually have 100%. Didn't get hit anyway. I'm not going to pick here. I'm behind time already. I got a living ruby earlier from those slaves. And I got three noble topaz yesterday and the day before. In a 24-hour period, I got 3 topaz from the pockets. And Fel has been given. I got a living ruby from a Fel iron earlier today. And I got 2 noble topaz. I think a Night's Eye and a Star Balloon from mines earlier. I missed a mine, whatever. What's the chance to get a gem with pickpocket? About the same, in my experience. About the same as it is to get a gem from a fell or an addy node. Like in the 1 or 2% range. But maybe it's even less because you pick a lot of pockets, but you only get 4 mines. Well, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 pockets from the slaves. 15. You count the guy getting wailed on at the end of the tunnel. And if you pick the guards as well, that's 18. That's just if you do that middle tunnel section. If you do the guys at the door, 18 and 2 is 20, and 3 is 3, and 2 is 5, and you can get them on the way back in as well. So that's another 7, that's like 27. Or no, 23, 7, like 30 pockets. But you only get 4 mines, so it's probably a lot less. But it feels like you get them from the pocket kind of at the same rate that you get them from the mines. You know what I mean? It's rare. Not locked. Lovely. Haboob, nice one. I'm gonna go sleep. Wish me luck on the pug. I wish you luck on the pug. And good luck on the big Steam Vault loot. Thank you, brother. Always nice to chat. Appreciate you. Sleep well. Bedtime. It's 12:44 p.m. here in the afternoon. Oh, we gotta resist. Well. Well, this is kind of annoying. Yeah, I think we're gonna... Don't want to waste my boots, or belt, or vanish. Did I get any loot from the raids? Yeah. I got the Vambraces of Ending. Bis wrists. Which I was very happy about. The Talon of Ashara dropped. There's only 2 rogues in the raid, and we both SR'd it. And I lost it. I lost the roll, which is a little disappointing. But the other rogue, Rekaton, is really good rogue. He has incredibly good parses. And he agreed to expose armor for me because I was 2 pieces off Ulbis. Sorry, 1 piece. I know, 2. I needed DST and Skulkers. What am I doing? Not focusing, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. So Van Braces of Ending. My two SRs were Talon of Ashara and the Belt of 100 Deaths. But the belt didn't drop. And yeah, Fracka was exposing for me so that I could parse. So he really deserved to win it. I'll get it again. It's not very contested. But if you get one item per raid, that's good. I'm happy with that. Phase 1 was the worst luck I've had in all my years of WoW. Because I was doing this farm from the get-go. And I bought a Blink Strike. I had a Blink Strike in the first week of launch. I got to 70 after 3 days. And then farmed Primal Fire in the throne when there was nobody there. And then I bought a Blink Strike. So the first raid I went into was like 2 weeks later or a week later, whatever. I had all the pre-raid base you could get, apart from 1 or 2 items. So I came out the gate very strong and got very nice parses. And that was it. I didn't get any raid loot after the first week for about a month, which was crazy. And then I kind of got it all at once toward the end of the phase. I got 4 base items within 16 hours. I got the tier 4 helm. I got the phase 1 best bracers, the phase 1 best belt from the heroic, and the ring, Garona's 5 pieces, and the tier 4 chest. And that was on the Wednesday. And that's when I went in the Gruels and got that 99 parse. That's what having base gear does for you. How about yourself, Ami Ami? Have you gotten anything from SSC TK so far? Hmm? What's going on? Bro. I'm going mad in the head. Top platform. Nah, I've been awake too long. This is ridiculous. This is embarrassing, honestly. Safe spot. Only the tier shoulders on my mage and trinket on rogue. Oh, you got the warp spring coil. Man, I want it so badly. So badly. You can do this farm as a mage, by the way. As long as you use these safe spots. The only problem is lock chests. You can use... Yeah. I assume your comment is about my retardation. Running down to the phantom chests. Okay. Honestly, I'm gonna log the priest, empty out the mail, reset, have a cigarette, sip of Coca-Cola, and then we're gonna come back and do 5 clean runs, because this is the worst 30 minutes of my Steam Vault career. And you deserve better, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not even gonna get that chest. Just gonna clean slate it, run out. But this farm, I'll tell you a little something. So I haven't... today and yesterday, I came back and started farming in here again. Because I had that 15k gold. And I spent the last week working on the new video and leveling the second rogue. And I didn't farm at all. And before that I was moving from Bangkok to Hanoi. So I've just been busy. The last 2 weeks have been mental, you know. Yeah, let's log over. But I'll show you the screenshots. These are the 3 hours we did earlier on today. Alright. 296 gold. That's the bottom of the barrel. That's no gems or shit gems. Not worth anything. Mines and moats. And chest, greens and blues. 300 gold, bottom end. Then we did a 371. We got a living ruby in that hour. 371 gold. And this one was 405. We got 2 noble topaz. We got a couple of other like low tier gems, 1 or 2. So even though the gem prices have crashed, the farm is still producing the same amount of gold as it was like a month ago. And it's because scrolls have gone up, large prismatic shards have gone up, like the other aspects, other resources you get from the farm have been increasing. You know, shards are 20 gold on my server now. They were 13 gold like 4 weeks ago. Now they're 20. You know, the ores have been bottoming out. But the scrolls have gone up. You know, scrolls of spirit were like 70 to 80 silver in like a month ago. And now interesting. Ah, no, 6, isn't it? Oh, it is 5. They were 3 gold 50 earlier. And now they've dropped down to 1. Okay. 120 to 245. So this is what they were. I was selling them for 3.5 gold earlier. And now they're dropping down again. But scrolls are going up. Let's check Blink Strike. We're looking for anything under 2.5k. That's good. That's all good. How much money do we have? Total 1.2, 1.3k. I need another grand. Right, we'll buy a Blink Strike later. Deep Shadow. None on the auction house. The Belt of Deep Shadow is really good. Belt of 100 Deaths, for me, with my gear, is a 45 DPS upgrade on what in my current setup, which is very close to phase 1 best. But the Belt of Deep Shadow, which also gives you 2 gem slots, is a 20 DPS upgrade. I'll show you now. It's my baseline. This is all my gear, gems, enchants, exactly. Forget about what this number is. We don't care what the number is, because it changes based on, you know, obviously all your buffs and whatever. We only care how much it goes up or down by. So if I swap out, 1 second. Uh, 2740 is generally what it is. So we swap this out for Belt of 100 Deaths. We had 294. One double Dawnstone. 310. 314. That's good. So 2740 up to 2785. Yeah, 85 is about in the middle. So that's 45 DPS, right? Now, by the way, maybe you're thinking, oh, you should get the socket bonus for the 3 agility. Even if we do that, you'll see. It's not gonna make up for it. 2785 is the mid, and now we're 2780 because of our hit rating. It's still well above the yellow cap, but we want it 316 is what we're aiming for. If you're Alliance, it's 300. So it's almost always better to just gem hit and ignore socket bonuses until you start dancing around 310 and stuff. So we're back up now to like mid 80s. Alright, so that's 45 DPS, right? Now check out the Belt of Deep Shadow. We don't need to go Dawnstones here because this belt has hit on it, where 100 Deaths is expertise, right? So we can turn those into rubies. And again, you need 2 blue to get the set bonus, and it isn't worth it because it's only 3 agility. So we're getting 16 agility this way. But if we went for 2 blues, it'd be 4 from each, 8, and 3, 11. So we're missing 5 agility. Now we're at 316, which is precisely on cap. And this is going to be, what was it before? 40. This is going to be 2760-ish. Oh wow, it's a little higher than 2765. Now sometimes it goes up to 70, but sometimes it comes down to 50. So it's about 2765, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, like 7. That's 27 DPS. So Belt of Deep Shadow gets you a little bit more than halfway. So Belt of 100 Deaths is 45 DPS, and it's amazing as an SR. But if you have Deep Shadow, you're getting 20 to 25 and a little bit more. Then 100 Deaths is only a 20 DPS upgrade, which is still very good, but not quite as monumental as it was. You on live TikTok? No. And they'll keep going up. Is Vash Belt Bis for the next phase 2? That's a good question. Let's head over to dbc.gg. Probably. Then again, you never know. Tier 5, Tier 6. Yep. There it is. Now, That's what the BIS list says. Whether or not that is the case, but it most likely is. Like 98% chance that it's true. Especially for that belt, because it's just nothing better. It's so strong. Even Zulaman here. Its belt. Sunwell Plateau. Okay, then it's the tier belt. Yeah, 2 sockets and 25 expertise. That's insane. The biggest DPS upgrade for me right now is DST, and then Talon of Ashara, and then Belt of 100 Deaths. Belt of 100 Deaths is on par with Warp Spring Coil, same DPS increase, about 45. So what do we at? 314. Let's go Warp Spring. We lose a lot of hit here. We're down to 300. So let's turn that into hit. Hit, hit, hit. Hit. 308. I think 4 attack power and 4 agility is not going to be as good as 8 hit. So let's sim it and see. So 2740 was our normal. Now we're at 2790. So it's even more than Belt of 100 Deaths. It was like 85, wasn't it? Let's put in a Dawnstone. Now we're on the hit cap exactly. Oh no, we've lost. We've lost a smidge. Yeah. So yellows, basically, what from my own testing, and this is all in the video that's coming soon. The closer you get to the cap, before around 300, yellow gems are worth a nice bit more than red. But the closer you get to the cap, the more those levels become even. And then obviously over the cap, red's just worth way more. Yellow's worth almost nothing. But socket bonuses, like 4 attack power, if I was at like 285 and I change this into a yellow, I would get a DPS increase 100%. But when I'm up near the cap, it's not worth as much. So then we find that this 4 agi and 4 attack power seems like a couple of DPS. Maybe more than a couple. Yeah, like 5 DPS. Ish. More. So yeah, Warp Spring Coil. Once I've optimized my gems and socket bonuses, the coil is giving me 2790. Baseline is 2740 ish, and Belt of 100 Deaths is given okay, 85, 88, 90. It's a little bit below Warp Spring. You can feel it. Not by much though. So big grats on that trinket, bro. Okay. How much is 4 set? The DPS. I'll tell you. I've got the notes. I'll show you. Hold on. So the 4 set is worth about 50 DPS on top of a 50 DPS jump on top of the value of the items. Yeah, DST is about 80 DPS upgrade over Romulos. For me, you have to sim your own set to see exact values. Talent's about 55. Belt of 100 Deaths 45. Warp Spring Coil 45. Belt of Deep Shadow is 25 DPS over Death Dealers. The Tsunami Talisman trinket from SSC is actually a 22% 22 DPS upgrade over Romulos, but I still wouldn't SR it because you want that slot for DST, and you lose so much hit from not having Romulos, and once you lose Waste Walkers as well, it puts you in a very difficult situation with your gems, especially if you don't have a 2-socket belt. So even though it's a fairly nice DPS boost, I wouldn't actually SR it because DST is going to go in there and you're going to lose a lot of that hit from not having enough, a lot of that DPS from not having enough hit. Merciless Gladiator's Slicer, the offhand, Quick Blade, sorry, is a 20 DPS increase over Latros. The Vambraces, the wrists that I have, are 10 DPS over Nightfall Phase 1 Bis. These are both the new rings. They're roughly 10 DPS over the 2 Phase 1 Bis rings, which I have. Thalassian Wilder Cloak. We'll come back to that one. The Steam Pistol is about 5 DPS over the bow. But the problem with the really nice thing about this is it gives you 19 hit, which it gives you a 5 DPS upgrade from the item, but the hit will lift your DPS and allow you to regem certain things. So it will actually increase your DPS more having this item than just the flat 5. Brigands is good, but only as once we've gotten this. So the big thing that useful information, I think, for people isn't what the individual DPS upgrades are, because these are all easy to find, and also all the information is online, and these are individual pieces that are not connected to the other pieces in any way. So it's just literally swap this for this and you get that. The tricky part is when you start breaking sets and trying to maintain DPS. So the 2 sets that most rogues are going to have at the moment are tier 2 or 2 slot Waste Walkers and 2 set tier 4. And the Waste Walkers you break with the hands first and you get a DPS increase, but if you break it with the shoulders first, you get a 20 DPS loss. So the tier 5 hands here, once you regem and everything, they have enough bare stats on them, and when you regem your hit, you won't be able to get back to the hit you had before with Waste Walkers, but it won't matter because the stats from the hands will push your DPS over, or increase it anyway, even though you lose hit. That's how good the hands are. But if you just swap the shoulders out, and you don't, for the tier 5 shoulders or shoulder pad of the stranger, any of them, you're going to get a -27, minimum -27 DPS loss from Waste Walkers. That's why you swap the hands first, because once you swap the shoulders, then you're already up DPS here, and then you get the 2 set from the tier 5 shoulder with the hands. That's how you break Waste Walker, hands first. So the tier 5 hands and the shoulder are a 20 DPS increase over Waste Walkers, and you're left at 299 hit. I am, in my situation, with my sockets and gems, that's the most hit I can get. and I get 20 DPS upgrade when you have the hands and shoulders. If you go for tier 5 hands and legs with my setup, I will lose 20 DPS because I'm breaking waste walkers for the hands, and the hands are a DPS increase on their own, but the legs, I'll be breaking my tier 4 set to get the legs, and so I'll actually lose DPS. If you go for the tier 5 hands and the helm and you've got tier 4 chest and legs, then you don't break your set, then you get plus DPS. So the way to do it is you need to have 3 pieces of tier 5. That way, if I get the legs, for the tier legs, for example, the 5 legs, and I have the 5 hands already, now I can swap in the legs and the hands, and I'll get the 2 set bonus, and I can turn my goggles back into my tier 4, and it will actually be a DPS increase because I maintain my tier 4 2 set bonus. I get the tier 5 2 set bonus plus the increased stats, and I lose DPS from the goggles down to tier 4, but it's still overall more DPS. So the tier 4 set bonus, the 4 set bonus, standalone, not including the DPS from the items, is around 50 DPS. So that's really big, obviously, since DST is 80, Talon is 55, so it's an S tier item, the 4 set bonus on its own. This is overall prio for all rogues in phase 2. If you don't have DST already, it's DST first, then Talon, then Belt or Coil. If you don't have Deep Shadow, if you do have Deep Shadow, I'd put the Belt down here after you get DST, Talon and Coil, and then hands, shoulders, helms and legs. Because SSC only has 1 or 2, these 2, the Belt and the Talon, like really S tier items, once you get one of those, you have a free kind of item, one of these less important, air quotes, items. And like I said, you want to kind of get the hands first if you can, but after that you're going to pick these up in whatever order is convenient for you to get them, and that's either going to be as a consequence of your SR situation, i.e. you go in, you have a look at all the SRs, there's 3 SRs on the shoulder, 4 on the helm, 1 on the legs, you're going legs, right, because it's an easier pickup. Or you have tier 4 chest and legs and you don't want to break your 2 set, so you're going to go shoulders or helm, and you don't have, let's say you don't have the NG goggles, you're going to go helm or shoulders, whichever one gives you more DPS, because you want to keep your 2 set as long as you can. Stuff like that. That's when you get down to, you know, these are always Talon, DST, Talon, Belt, depending on whether you have Deep Shadow or not, are always going to be your top SRs. But once you get a spare SR, that's really going to come down to what your 2 sets are, what your 2 set pieces are from phase 1, and the SR situation, and the individual upgrade of the item versus the item you have in that slot. Those 3 variables. SSC prio, TK prio, all of this needs to go into the video. I got my legs and Tsunami last night. First SSC since 2007. Nice one. You're it. Big grats. TOA for the info. You're welcome. 100%. You got Tsunami. That's so nice. What did you replace? What did you put in its place, rather?
I have one-of-a-kind items. Shorelaran.
can't remember. Sorry, just finished a 12-hour shift. No problem, bro. No problem. It may have been Romulo's poison vial. If it wasn't Romulo's poison vial, it was either Abacus of Violent Odds or Hourglass of the Unraveler. Let's see. Let's get some gear out. For the lads. Yeah, this is my current setup. It's all pretty good. I was 2 pieces off phase 1 bis. I need DST and Skulker's Greaves. And phase launch, we got the goggles and we got the van braces out of TK, which is good. So we're in a pretty good spot. This is the drip set, of course. Why wouldn't you? And then this is the SV farming set, which has a mix of spell hit, pickpocket, melee hit for saps and gouges, the gloves for lockpicking, and the belt and the boots for the NG pulls, as well as the dodge trinkets to get over 100% dodge. Check this out. My dodge is at 25.72. Then I've macroed these into my evasion. Watch this. 101.72 dodge. Nothing can hit me, literally, for 10 seconds. And then it goes down to 75. And then it goes down to 25. So that's the grave robber set, drip set, and DPS. Ah yes, the hourglass. Yeah, very good. So I'll show you now actually. I don't know why it's simming like, maybe they changed the sims, but this was always like 2740, give or take 2 or 3, and now it's jumped up to 5. But I find that the sims will kind of ghost the last direction that they were in. So let's say I had the phase 2 bis in here and I was up at like whatever 3000 DPS. If I went back to baseline and click simulate, it would be like slightly higher for the first 2 sims. And if I was much lower and simulated, it would be slightly lower. Now this could be just me like completely tinfoil hatting the sims, but it feels that way. Alright, so let's swap out Romulo's, which has given us 35 hit. We're at 314, 2 south of the cap. But of course, we're not going to use a Glinting Topaz to go over it because we'll lose the 2 extra hit. So it's more DPS to stay a couple of points under. So if we go Tsunami Talisman, this should jump up. Now we have to re-gem everything that we can into hit. That's already hit. And I think this is probably going to produce more DPS, but let's see. Wow, it's a lot more than it was. Let's put a Dawnstone in there. 2785. It's strange. Now it's south of 80. It shouldn't be that big a difference. Okay, I guess it is. Alright, 2782. That's quite the jump, actually. It does give us 10 hit rating. Chance on critical hit to increase your attack power. That's 2781. That's 40 DPS. That's really good. It's just not as good as DST. $28.33. Wow, that's like actually almost 100 DPS. Like 90 to 95 DPS increase from baseline. Okay, you're making me rethink this trinket now. 2780 baseline. 2740. More like 2745 actually. Maybe it's because I got van braces, right? 2745, 27. That's a 35 DPS increase. But you only get 2 SRs, right? I mean, if you had Belt of Deep Shadow, then this is only going to be a 20 DPS increase over Belt of Deep Shadow. So in that case, if you had Belt of Deep Shadow already, your 2 SRs from here would be Talon of Bashara and that trinket, right? It's nice that it's passive as well. Good first lockout for me. Pervasion, bro. How's it going? Talon, Buccaneers, and Warp Spring Coil. Might not see new loot for a few weeks. You don't need any new loot, bro. That's insane. Yeah, Talon dropped in our group. There was only 2 SRs on it, me and the other rogue that he wanted. I did get the van braces. Buccaneers is insane as well, obviously. Biss. Wait, Buccaneers or the Brigand's Vest? Is this what you mean by Buccaneers? Must be. Yeah, this is our Biss. Yeah. Bloodsea Brigands is the name of the chest. Yeah. This because of my gear setup and the line that I have to break Waste Walkers. And then, once you get all your individual pieces, you break Waste Walkers with the gloves and then the shoulders. And that, you can always increase your DPS. If you break shoulders first, you lose a lot. And then I'll need to get for example, I'll show you now, right? 2745-ish, right? Let's say we put in Brigand's Vest here. This is nice because we can swap our food now. Back to Agi. Get all that DPS. 314. Perfect. So, Bloodsea Brigands is in, but we lost our 2-set. We no longer have 2-set bonus. So, this is actually going to be a DPS loss, I think. Yeah. 2745 down to 2730. Like a 15 DPS loss-ish. So, in this case, it's actually better to swap your goggles back down to Netherblade. What are we at? 317. We don't need the hit. We can actually go down one here. 313. Perfect. So now we have Bloodsea Brigand's Vest. And we swapped the goggles back to Netherblade. And the goggles are, I think, 10 DPS upgrade. 10 to 15 over Netherblade. But now we have the 2-set and Bloodsea Brigands. And we're up from 2745 to 2750-ish. Yeah, around that. So 5 DPS upgrade. Sometimes you have to go one step backwards to go forwards, for example. So that's one of those little quirky upgrade lines that you go down, where you realize it's not as simple as just swap out your biscuits. What was the other one? It was, yeah, break waste walkers. Yeah, that's why I decided, for me personally, I'm going to leave Brigand's Vest until the very last piece. So look what happens. I'll show you now. 2794. Go back to hit. 314, yeah. Hold on. 2740. What the hell? Okay. That's kind of... Ah! I know, I'm retarded. I'm still on... When I was making the video earlier on, editing, I needed to talk about the hit cap, which is 363. This is the true hit cap. We are not seeing your sim screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Guys, what the hell? Of course. Let's kill that. I'm sorry about that. $27.35, there we go. I was wondering why it was 5 DPS over, and it's because I changed my race to Gnome earlier on, because I was talking about hit cap being 363 true, but because Alliance have Draenei racial 1 hit, which is 16 hit rating, it brings them down to 347. And then when you get the Fairy Fire, that's worth 47, 3% hit, which brings their cap down to 300. And with Horde, it's 316, because we get this one, the 47, that brings us to 363. But we don't get the Draenei racial. That's why our hit cap is 316 and theirs is 300. Okay, now 2734. Need to change back to hit food. Now we're at 314, too shy of the cap, and it's going to go up to 3740. There we go. I wonder why gnomes have 5% more. Maybe they have more base agility than undead? Probably. Okay. 2740. So the reason why I will go for brigands, last is simple. Check this out, right? Waste Walker, we swap these out for either of these two. Today, Dark Mantle, it's useful to swap because they have the same colored sockets and the same socket bonus. 3 crit strike rating, which we don't care about really. I mean, it's nice to get it, but it's the weakest of the sockets for us. So we can change these into hit, no problem if we need to. We're not worried about that. So we've changed them into Death Mantle. We broke our 2-piece. We lost the hit. And even now, if we regem for hit, to get as much as we can, without breaking important socket bonuses. 279. And we're on hit food. Yeah. We went from 2740 down to 2715. So 25 DPS loss from the air quotes bis. And they're even worse. So 2740. However, if we break it with the gloves, they don't have any sockets, but they have enough raw stat. You get 24 hit from the gloves, which is good. Very good. And 70 AP and 36 agility, which is insane. So now, even though we've lost our 35 hit, we have lost a little DPS. No, sorry, I didn't resim. .303. Regem rather. 315, perfect. There we go. So we've gained 10 DPS from the hands. That's how you break Waste Walker's hands first. Now, when we put these in, 299, that's fine. It's as high as we can get. Now we get the 2 set on top of the stats, and it jumps up to 2770. 2760? 2760, sure. So again, Waste Walker shoulders were very strong anyway, and these don't actually give us hit, they give us crit, which isn't great for us. But we get the 2 set bonus, which also isn't great. So, but it's enough. Like, the hands alone gave us 2750 once we regen for hit. And then these shoulder pads give us another 10. But that 10 is likely mostly coming from the set bonus. Actually, some of it will be coming from the set bonus. We don't use Eviscerate that often, especially if you're exposing, so it's useless for us. But that's how powerful Waste Walker shoulders were. They're so good. So anyway, now we have 2 set Death Mantle. This is the way I'll be gearing up anyway. How I'll be going with my SRs. So now we're still ahead of DPS, right? Then we go for the helm, because Death Mantle helm is going to be a DPS increase. 288, topaz. Now we've lost the blue, so we're going to regem this one to get the socket bonus. We're at 284, but so we've dropped a little bit. Well, we're about the same. We're about the same, which is fine. We don't mind being the same because we're 1 step closer to the 4 set. Now we have the 4 set. Now we can break our 2 set tier 4 for the legs, because the Dark Mantle legs are really bad. Look at this. Netherblade. 84 AP, 24 attack power, 24 hit. 86 AP, 26 crit. That 26 crit is dog shit compared to 26 hit. These have 43 agi. These have 47. They're ever so slightly better. And they have a socket. But it's still not enough to make up for the hit. So they're comparable. Like once you gem these with a hit gem, they are actually the same DPS roughly. But if you break your set bonus for these legs, they're way less DPS. So that's the last one that we want to slot. So now we have them in. We're going to socket a gem. But look at our hit situation. Like, the tier 5 set is very bad for hit. You don't get the sockets here. That's why you really want one of these two belts with the 2 extra sockets. But leaving the belts out of it for the minute, now we have 4 set. And with 2760, this is going to jump probably to 2810-ish. There you go. So those legs are comparable to the last ones, but we get a 50 DPS increase, even though we lost Netherblade, which is worth 20 actually. So the 4 set standalone DPS increase from the 4 set is actually about 70 DPS, not counting the items themselves. Now we have the 4 set. Now we can swap out Netherblade for Brigands. And even still, our DPS, our hit rather, we need that. It's still way lower than we want it to be, but 2810 will jump up to about 2830. 2835, yeah. Now we're 100 DPS ahead of our baseline where we're at the minute with these bits. We haven't even upgraded our weapons or the belt or any of the trinkets. 1 second. Yeah. So much loot to get. Let's see. I'm planning to run shoulder and gloves, Netherblade, plus goggles when I can. But for now, I have to run Netherblade gloves and helms. Yes. So this is another tip in the video. Yeah, breaking waste walkers, you go gloves first to break them. And then the other tip is try to get yourself a 3rd Netherblade piece. Because as I just showed you, you can swap. You know, if you do get an upgrade like Brigands, you can put that in, go back down to the tier 2, tier 4 helm to get the 2 set, and then increase your DPS. but having that third tier piece. So that's going to be another tip in the video. It's a reason to go back into Kara or Gruul or Maggie. Some people just stayed with the 2 set because they got Waste Walker's chest and gloves. And anybody who's run this, Mask of the Deceiver, for example, will know that it's the exact same DPS as the Netherblade face mask, as long as you have the 2 set Netherblade like this. If I have the chest piece and the legs, I can have Mask of the Deceiver on. It's going to be the same DPS as the Netherblade helmet. Roughly. Like, it might be out by a few DPS, but not much. And it looks way cooler. I actually missed the vanish. Oh, I'll show you. One sec. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll show you the 99 parse fight. You have to excuse my rather expressionless face. I was very, very tired. Just turn this down. So we actually kill him once he's slammed, but before he casts Shatter, we kill him. I kill him, actually. You'll see it. And then everybody's stuck in Shatter, and they have to wait for it to be removed. You'll have to excuse the clicking.
5, 4, 3, 2.
So 2 shivs, 3 shivs, 4 shivs.
Watch your feet.
Straight into an expose. 1 point shiv into slice and dice. Building combos.
Watch your feet.
Trying to get a rupture up
Watch your feet.
as soon as possible. There's our rupture. So we missed our vanish. We were late.
Spread. 4,
We got a 99
Three.
bars anyway.
2,
So we
One.
get our expose up. Need to shiv soon.
watch your feet.
Rupture. Eviscerate. Because we're adrenaline rushing, right? And look, we've got mongoose up on both weapons in the middle of our adrenaline rush and bloodlust, which is perfect. So we've just 5-point exposed again. And we're going to rupture here probably. Yeah, into a 1-point slice and dice. That's how I play my slice
Watch
and
your
dice. I
feet.
never 5-point slice and dice. I wait for a chance to get a 1-point. And I think we do. Expose again. Yeah, he's going to ground slam.
Watch your
here.
feet.
Right when he's about to die. So we got 3 points. There it is.
Spread.
Right, watch this. Hit in the head, kill him. Alright. Look at everybody else. Because we use cloak to remove shatter. And we got a paladin there bopping. Everybody else though is frozen. Yeah, it's so cool. There's a 1.7 DPS, 1.7k DPS. Which was yeah, pretty nice parse. If we weren't exposing, I doubt we would have gotten. What's the 100 parse actually? It's going to be something insane, absolutely insane. Yeah, the 100 parse is 2.3, 2.4k. So even if we weren't exposing, and we put those five combo point eviscerates into Gruul, we wouldn't have gone from 1.7 to 2.4. No way. But he's got the ST, look. And he's in Dream. Okay. They're like speed running, crazy. They've got world records. So yeah, but that's nice. I think that's, look at the 1 minute Gruul. 1 minute. That's how you get to that. When you Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush. And that's 15 seconds, which is 25% of a 1 minute fight. That's how you get to those numbers. That's insane. Interesting. I mean, this is the #1 DPS rogue in the world for Gruul, and he's using Waste Walker's helm. I'm sure he could use the BOJ helm, he wanted to. Because he's got Netherblade 3-piece. He's using the gloves as well. Maybe he's trying to maximize his crit. Because they both give crit. Violet Signet, Shapeshifters, DST, Dragon Maw, of course, and Marksman's Bow. And he's using Solbone's shirt from Sholomance, Dr. Krastenov. Very nice. Yeah. It was a lovely kill, for sure. I'll turn that into a parsing guide video. Gruul is the perfect boss. I'm so happy that I got the 99 on him. Because he's the perfect boss to show basic rotation. Like he just stands there. The only thing, you have to vanish his slam. And I've only missed it twice. And I've raided him every month. And that was one of the times. But I figured something out about it, right? This time around. You'll notice when I got kicked up in the air. One sec, I'll show you. Walking away, sadly.
Four, three, two, one.
And here comes the next Grand Slam. Now watch this. I get knocked up in the air, but not necessarily knocked back. I think because I'm close
Watch your feet.
to his center. So I have this theory.
Spread.
I kind of got knocked through him. Maybe not actually. I thought if you're right in the middle, that he'll just knock you up. But he knocked me in the direction that I was running, which was strange.
4, 3, 2, 1. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Spread.
No DST. The soulless. Brutal. I haven't even seen it. I haven't seen it once. Our guild has gotten 2 of them. Walking away, sadly. Right, I'm gonna go for a smoke, but I will give you a sneak peek at the new video. Phase 1 is done, and if your experience was anything like mine, you sacrificed the last of your sanity on the altar of RNG for a pair of old boots and a backpack full of broken dreams. Hit like if you're already dead inside, and welcome back to the Rogue's Diary. Today we're combining the dark art of Abyss lists with the secret sorcery of simulation. I'll be showing you how to use these nefarious tools so that we may all, once and forever, learn to optimize our lack of optimism on this cruel, soul-crushing journey toward the ever-elusive nightmare unicorn of True Biss. Stick on that coffee and I'll sharpen your blades. We're turning rogues from green parse goblins into meter-topping meat cleavers. Let's look at the top 2 best lists every rogue is doom scrolling right now, Wowhead and WowTPC.gg. While I enjoy the best of both, .gg has become my daily driver, especially for checking the best list. Well-designed UI with a clean phase-specific dropdown that also includes where to locate each item. If you're learning the ropes but struggling with rotation, the class guide section for Rogue is a great place to start. Following this correctly is where you're going to find a lot of your missing DPS. Slide over to Wowhead and check out the TBC DPS guide and the Phase 2 gearing guide, both authored by the legendary Simon Eyes. Each paragraph contains useful information, explanations, and nuance that you won't find on .gg. They did, however, both ghost one of the best items in the game that remains competitive into Phase 2, was available on Azeroth, and sims just a few DPS lower than the True Biss item from the slot. If you've been paying attention to the channel, you'll know that we found World First Spine Sever in the pre-patch, proving TBC epics could be obtained by rogues before the Dark Portal opened. Well, good news, the rogues have been busy, and the auction house is flooded with them. You can pick one up for less than 170 gold on my server as of this recording. Sims are a lot like steroids. They make you feel invincible and give you instant results, but if you don't know how to use them, your equipment stops working and you won't be able to get it up into the pink parse. Select your items, enchants, and gems. Over in talents, standard combat swords is fine for what we're doing here, but feel free to torture yourself with whatever degenerate build you happen to be running. Let's set our encounter to 60 seconds for quick and dirty numbers, or go with your actual Maggie kill times from Warcraft logs. Pick Meg Theridon, your race, and professions. If your brain is already fried at this point, you can keep the consumable section stupid simple by deselecting everything except food. Think of it like a hidden trinket slot that gives you 20 hit or agility whenever you want it, and we're going to swap these out more often than DiCaprio's girlfriends. If you want the full package, pop liquid speed, thistle tea, and elixir of demon slaying for Alright. Still got a lot of work to do in it, but it's getting there. got Gruel tomorrow night, and then we got SSC and TK on Friday. But on Friday, just like the last SSC TK, we're in the best comp. We have a druid, a hunter, a shaman, and a warrior in our group, in my group. So, and there's another rogue who's an alt rogue of a hunter. So I'm going to ask him to expose, and I'm sure that he will. So I'll be able to pump again, and we'll be week 2 with more upgrades and hopefully faster kill times. So we should be able to get at least another orange parse, and we can clean up our Alar, Void Reaver, and Void Reaver is a strange one. I don't know why I parsed so low. I was second DPS behind a Warlock, and it's a pretty simple fight. But maybe there's just some other strat for that fight that we don't know about yet. A much faster way to kill him, maybe. Good vibes, looking forward to it. Thank you. Looking forward to getting it done. I started working on it. What day are we today? Over 2 weeks ago. And I was working on it non-stop, like 12 hours a day for the first week. I kind of bit off more than I could chew, but I learned so much, and the production quality of the video compared to my other ones is much better. Rush hour. Let's go. Morning, Samwise. How you doing, brother? Any dreams, Samwise? I was having crazy dreams last night about Norm Macdonald, the comedian. exhausted and can't be arsed going to work. I hear you. I hear you. Stay home. Play WoW all day. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, that was clutch. That was clutch. Nice one, Provision. Thanks for joining. See you next time. Have a good day. Oh, we got a topaz. Very nice. What are you up to? I don't see gameplay. Oh. Oh my god. I had my display capture for the video up. Apologies, guys. We just got a noble topaz. In that chest, we're at 687 gold per hour. That's the first run. I am still in the vaults for my sins. I logged earlier and I went to back to video editing. And I tried to mate when you're making a video with DaVinci Resolve, if you ever have to do any recording of your voice, make sure you do all of the voice stuff in the same session or same day, same session. Because I just went back and tried to add extra voice recordings for things that need to be added. I gotta resist. Okay. And my voice sounds different now because, well, for a number of reasons. By the way, they don't tally on you if you're in the water. You just go up and down like this and then it drops, which is nice. But yeah, my voice today sounds different. So I can't actually, there's a noticeable difference between the two recordings, which is very frustrating. You have to, and I don't have a like trained voice or anything like that, so I can't control it very well. So it's a bit of a nightmare. It's very frustrating because like I need to record new voice bits, but I can't do it now because I've been up since 11 p.m. last night. My rhythm's all over the place. So I've been up for 15 hours so far. And when you're tired like that, it comes out in your voice. You can't hide it. And when you record something, it's like if I put that voice recording into the video, you think it was two different people. It sounds completely out of whack and jarring. So I know you have DaVinci Resolve. That's my tip for you. When you're recording voice, do it all at once. I lost my water walking. Actually, not going to bother picking because we're behind time a little. We've got 4 minutes left to get the rest of the stuff and get out. This is so risky. Yeah, no. Let's see if we can get it out of this though. No. I got a boost. We got everything, so it's alright. that's locked. But for this first one, I'll take my chances. I just absolutely blowing through money with these water walking elixirs. Just willy nilly chugging them. nice, we got a corium. Where do you get the 9 vulnerability belt? You can buy it on the auction house, or you can craft it if you're a gnomish engineer. You don't have to be a gnomish engineer to wear it. So you can either be gnomish engineer and craft it, which most people aren't because they want to be goblin, or you buy the materials you need for it and then get a gnomish engineer to make it for you, or you buy it off the auction house. Flat Joe Quip. That's the answer. idea was listed there. I think I was showing somebody an example of something earlier. Okay. The first one reset, it seems. This guy didn't. Just kind of annoying. resets was that? That was the last one. No, this is run number 4. That was interesting. So I sapped her, then I sapped him. But she didn't start to move immediately again. So we could actually buy ourselves a bit of time there. Which we did. Which was nice. Alright, 4 to 5 done. Hmm. Ah, I see. I was too fast. So we're 9 minutes. That was the last one. But I skipped a couple of nodes, some mining nodes. So we actually finished up there at 285. No, we'll clip it anyway.
Everything has a price. Keep your wits about you.
Oh, ¿cómo estás? Hey, bro, I'm here. You need to learn Spanish. I go to Twitch. Come to Twitch.
I have one of a kind.
Jobri Gutney. Thank you for the follow, bro. Appreciate you. Alright, let's get some swag. Disenchant everything. Let's see if we have enough money for Blink. You have 800 gold. Yesterday you had 300. You mean earlier today, my time. Yesterday, your time. I have 1,427. Yeah, I think yesterday I had 300 when I was talking to you. And I took a few hours off as well to edit the videos. So yeah, we got like 1,100, 1,200 gold. Even more actually, because we have this stuff to put in the auction house. Why do you have 4 to 5 rogues? That's a good question. I'm kind of a sucker for names. So I've usually had the same couple of names when I get to the server as it launches. But when I can't get them, I'll do other things. Basically, I wanted to make a second rogue, and I didn't have any of my favorite names available. So I was happy to just call him Rogue, since the channel is Rogue's Diary. But because that name was taken, I created, special character names like the O with the slash through it, and the U with the 2 dots over it, and the E with the little tick over it. And then I made all of the combinations of those that were still available, so I could pick which one I liked the most. It sounds kind of insane, but that's the truth. Uh-huh. It should be better now. Turn my Windows sound down, off. That should have solved the problem. Thank you, Samwise. Much better. Yes, sir. Now it's better. Yeah, good. How many years have I played WoW? Uh-oh. I get me in trouble now. I have played World of Warcraft since 2006, 2005, 2006. I started playing. Played Classic, TBC, Wrath. Tried Cataclysm, didn't like it, quit. Didn't play for many, many years. Every time a new expansion came out, I would try it. I'd play for a few weeks and then quit. And then I heard about private servers back in 2017. And that was a lot of fun. Got me back into Classic. Like, I don't know if any of you played on private servers, but you have to understand, if you played World of Warcraft like back in the day when it was original, and then you played TBC, and then you played Wrath, and you saw how the game changed over the years. And then most classic Andys, like myself, don't go beyond Wrath. Just changed too much. It became a different game. So we never had the opportunity to go back and experience Classic. But when private servers launched, it was such a trip to go and make a level 1. Like the levels of nostalgia you cannot imagine. It was so cool. So I played private servers, and then I heard that Blizzard were going to bring Classic back. And I started playing Classic then as soon as it re-released. And I've been playing it pretty seriously since then. Like I'll take, a month or two off. After AQ40, I took a month or two off. But then I decided to go all out and make the channel, which means no more time off. Which I don't mind at all. Let's see what the price of Blink Strikes is. $2,300. What have we got? 600 on sale. So we've got 2K, but 600 of it is unrealized. I mean, Blink can wait. It's for the alt rogue, who honestly already has 2 Nightblades. What about Deep Shadow? None. You don't play 20th anniversary? Yeah. Classic re-release. Yeah, of course. Once Blizzard released that, then I went into that. That's when I launched the channel. Made my first video, the Zul'Gurub farm. Which is still my most successful video to date, actually. Yeah, these are all the rogues. So I've got him the gloves. He doesn't have the belt yet. He does have the NG boots. He's got Samwise trinket. He's got the Gnomish cloaking device. Spine sever. 120 gold. I bought this for 120 gold. And it's like a base item. So good. 2 Nightblades. And some starter gear. I wonder if there's any... Shit, I need to be attuned for Karazhan, don't I? I do. I forgot about that. I sent you a friend request, but it's not showing up in the game. To who? McBacon? Which character? Cuchillero. Alright, hold on. I'll get you. All of my characters except for Petrovich have special characters. Like this big B. You can't have a big B normally. So it's a special German accent that creates the illusion of the B. What, you're on Thunderstrike? No, no, it's not McBacon. Are you on Windows? If you're on Windows, hold down the Alt key and then 0023. So type in MC and then hold down Alt 0023. And it'll give you the B and then ACON. I feel like doing a heroic. Look at this. I don't know if you're on my server, bro. I'm on Thunderstrike. Are you on Spine Shatter? Probably. SPO? Spine, yeah, no, I'm on Thunderstrike. Yeah, yeah. But even so, I have a character on Spine Shatter, and it's McBacon as well, so you should. Unless I haven't ever logged in on him, but I think I have. You should still be able to friend request him.
Remember the sun well.
Go to the Shatra flight. Well, number one, we're not on the same server, dude. We're on a different server. Number two, we probably wouldn't even be on the same layer. Well, there's only three. Go on the Shatra flight. Thunderstrike. Yeah. Now you got it. It's another server. Yeah, you should play Spine. Yeah, I know. Well, there's only so many hours in the day. Hmm. For PvP? Sure. think. I'm going to show you Mir's talents anyway, so don't worry, you'll get the best ones. I just want to see if I can figure it out. I think. No. That's for sure. But this I'm not sure about. Let's go to... If you want to know about PvP, join this guy's server, Mir. He's widely regarded as the best rogue PvP player in the world. Good talents. This is his talent build. So he went, yeah, 5, 4, 2, 1, 3, yeah. 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 5, 3, 1, 1, 1. Okay, yeah. But he went 2 in here. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 5, 2, 3. And oh, he went expose. Yeah. Screenshot that, brother. Those are the best talents by the best rogue in the world. And you can use it in all the different comps. He's got bis lists. Free bis. Bis. Phase 1. Season 2. Bis. Oh, Deep Shadow is bis. And the goggles. Nice. What's a mace build now? Interesting. For PvP, yeah. In phase 1, it was swords with a dagger offhand. Sword, dagger, phase 1. And then sword, dagger, phase 2. Phase 3, Sun King. It's a mace and a dagger. Yeah, Mir lol. One sec, I'll give you the Discord in the chat. There you go. That's Mir's Discord for the PvP. And mine is... Yeah, that's not my Discord. That's Mir. This is my Discord. Which is just a load of rogues who like stealth farming, basically. we get a group. Let's do one heroic. Steam Vault. Of course it is. Of course it is. You're welcome. You're very welcome, brother. Do we have a shaman? Yes. Nice.
Our enemies will fall.
Okay, we're gonna absolutely destroy this heroic. Alright. This is gonna be fun. Yeah, the PvP spec is fine. 100%. PvP spec is fine. What's the green tea? It's thistle tea. Restores 40 energy on a 5-minute cooldown. It's just a little burst. Why would you pull the sheep? Dude, where's the sheep? Come on. Combat talents, go to wowtpc.gg. Bro, I would feel bad if I was a mage getting beaten by a rogue. Oh, 1 second. Okay. I mean, a sap and a sheep is overkill here, but okay. Now he's better. That's the way we want the sheeps. on, my slice and dice is running out here. Great. Right as my slice and dice falls off. Now the mate is waking up. I like this fella, he's good with interrupts. He uses his repentance, which is rare to see, and he's using Arcane Torrent. On point as well. And the mage has woken up. was a mistake. Blurry. Yeah, that was a nice group, to be fair. That mage, though, he's got to be pissed. 1.2k. But he got beaten. He got me in the second boss, though. By a long margin. Look at that. Big blasts. 1.6k. But I got him on the first boss. And the last boss. By the skin of my teeth. But that's the number one DBC, DPS class and spec with the expansion. Arcane Mage. Absolutely insane. If a little boring, if I'm going to be honest. And I played it last time, last DBC round. It was a Ret Pala, an Arcane Mage. I think we're going to go again. I'm liking the heroic vibe. And I need to stay up. It's 4 p.m. now. I need to stay up until at least 7 p.m. and then sleep. Otherwise, I'll just wake up at 11 p.m. again. See if we can get him with the old 99 bait. Want a mage for the last spot. Yo, see you, brother. Thank you for joining, for chatting, and enjoy the gym. Hit that pump. Buenas tardes. I'll be right back. expected. Not a single invitation. Let's see if we got any money on our alt. Adamantite ore coming back. Doesn't happen often. I did post them in the middle of the night though. You only need achievement on one, and you can enter on the others. Sick. Alright. Oh, I hope. I hope we get a spot in Kara. That would be sick.
Anaria Shola. The reckoning is at hand. Everything has a price. Salama Ashalanore.
Well, no Kara for the ult then.
Choose wisely. We will have justice.
I kind of forgot how many BOJs we need in later phases. It's quite a lot. So you can buy epic gems with them. SP heroic, sure. Bro, I hate that.
The dark times will pass. Farewell.
What, I got 125 badges. There's nothing in this phase. It'll be... Oh, it's not till Sunwell. Crossbow 100, Relentless Strikes. That's still a man, isn't it? No. Huh. That was the Paladin. Nice. Got invited back. It's the same healer. Yes. Just missing the mage. Oh, nice. We got the druid buff, and the hunter buff, and the shaman buff. This is nice. This is gonna be a banger group. Melee cleave. All day. Get it. Oh, he's here. Good stuff. Oof.
Forward! Let's make quick work of them! Line up and crush these fools!
Yeah, Sam. It's this new add-on I got. Scrolling mix, scrolling battle tech, something like that. It's nice. No Wind Fury in that fight. Big problem. Yo, Jabrim. For PvE, well, you want a PvP, so you want to be jewel crafter, probably. Jewel crafting and engineering, or enchanting and engineering. Enchanting and engineering is BIS for DPS. But nobody goes enchanting, really. For PvE. For PvE, engineer and enchanting for the rings. But in phase 5, or maybe even phase 4, jewel crafting will be better. You're miner and jewel crafter. That's fine. You get the nice trinket. It's best for PvP. For gold farming, the best professions are mining and engineering. For PvE, it's engineering and enchanting until jewel crafting comes online in later phases. Then for PvE, it's engineering and jewel crafting. And before that, it's engineering and enchanting. PvP, engineer and enchant. I don't think engineering for PvP. I don't think it's anything you can use. Jewel crafting for PvP. You need the trinket, the Shadow Song Panther. Super important. But go on to Mir's Discord. I gave you Mir's Discord. The PvP rogue. That's where you're gonna learn everything. I'm not good at PvP. It's not that I'm not good, but I'm not good because I haven't practiced. PvP, jewel crafting. Nice heals. Clutch. Jesus. Trying to type and these and play at the same time. Disaster.
I am called Bladesius for a reason. As you will see.
No, PvP, jewel crafting. PvE, raiding, engineer, and enchanting in phase 1 and 2. And then swap enchanting for jewel crafting. But for you, because you want to PvP and PvE, I would go jewel crafting. But you're going to need to mine unless you have money. If you have money, you can go jewel crafting and engineering. Then you have the bombs. This is why you want engineering for this super sapper charge. And the other bombs. You can use 2 bombs in longer fights. So you get extra DPS. But it's not a huge amount of DPS. You really only do that if you want to parse and get really high numbers, because these cost a lot of money. But for PvP, you have to be jewel crafting, because you need this. This is BIS. for PvP because it increases your stealth level by 1. And it's a good attack power trinket as well. You can use it for PvE, for raids, and for PvP. But the stealth level is very important for PvP. That's why jewel crafting is BIS for PvP. So if I were you, if you don't have money, just go mining and jewel crafting. And then you'll get a really good trinket for PvP and for PvE. And in a later phase, phase 3, next phase, Shattered Sun Offensive. No, maybe that's phase 5. Anyway, it gets even better later on. You also get this BIS, or almost BIS, near BIS. Very, very good. Only jewel crafters can wear. Binds when picked up. And you can also make this, which is really, really good ring for rogues. So jewel crafting is very, very good. But you cannot make this now. This is phase 6, end of the game. So later it's even better. But now for PvP, if you want to PvP, then go jewel crafting and mining. It's easy. What's the rotation? Go to this website. wowtbc.gg. Hold on. The neck. Get this add-on, Atlas Loot. Download this. Then you can look at almost all the loot in the game. The neck. This one. Haste rating, attack power, and armor penetration. And a socket on your neck. Really, really good. And for the rotation, check the link I just pinged. No, it's not for PvP. Maybe it is, I don't know. I don't PvP. I gave you the Discord for Mirror. Go check that. I don't know PvP. I just know jewel crafting is BIS. This is BIS. Not BIS, but almost BIS. Very, very, very good for PvE rating. And so is this. PvE. Yeah. I don't know about PvP. Check the Discord. This one. Frequently asked questions. General races, talents, BIS lists. Everything is here. But it's a lot of information. Like, there's a lot. This guy is the best in the world. Like, if you want to learn PvP, go here. I don't know anything really. Alright, give me one sec, be right back.
they were all in vain. Soon your people will kneel to my lord! Your time is running out!
enemies will fall. Be
Yeah, that shaman was decent. $97.3. Oh, he's got a 99 on Maiden. Very nice. $93.1 and $97.3. 94.4. 97. He has me beat in Girl Maggie. Need to get my Mulgar numbers up. This is ridiculous. One silver, 21 pending. What is that from? A scroll of stamina. What the hell? Okay. Ooh, 777. We like that. 774767. No less. Ooh. 2150. It's still so good. It's still such good value. SSC trash farm. I need to be attuned though. Oh wait. Are you attuned to SSC on all your alts? If you get attuned on your main as well, like Kara? Must be, right? Yeah, nice one, Samwise. Cruel man could be nice. Oh no, we're saved. Damn, I went in with my guild. Give them exposed armor. Okay, what do we actually need to buy? What do we need to save up for? Blink Strike, we could get on the alt. Also Deep Shadow. We need Epic Flying on the alt. We need the NG belt on the alt. We need to, at some point, drop mining on the main and pick up probably enchanting, to be honest. I mean, if you look at the Sims here, baseline, this is my gear right now. 2740-ish. We are NG enchanting. Okay. Let's go NG jewel crafting. The only thing we can really do is 20 attack power versus 8 agility, which isn't really a big deal, to be honest. 2740 goes to, you know, it's still flirting around 40, to be honest. Maybe 1 or 2 DPS. But really, not much difference. Now, later phases, obviously, we get the neck. But the epic gems, everyone can get them. And the ones that we actually get, I was looking at it in game, they don't look that good. like crafting, jewel crafting. So the only gems we're concerned with are red, yellow, and orange, really. So delicate living ruby, that's epic. Everyone can use that. So there's no special jewel crafter only for rubies. It's only for the AP. And as we just saw, it's really not that big deal, like big a deal. Then yellow, the yellows we want are rigid dawn stones, but there's no jewel crafting only version. Epics, I can just buy them. Orange, again, we want glinting. And there's just an epic version, no special jewel crafter. So really, jewel crafting for PvE is not very good. Until these phases. Then it's very nice. But for now, if we go enchanting, have a look at this for DPS increase. We enchant our rings. I tried stats and striking comes out on top by a nice little bit. There we go. From 2740, and now we're flirting around 2755, 57, 55. Yeah, 15 DPS. That's a lot. 15 DPS is a lot. Give you an example. Baseline 2740-ish. DPS if we swap out Ring of Lethality, the latest. This is the best ring in phase 2 for 1000 marks, the best ring in phase 1. We're going to see about the same. Actually a little bit less than the enchants. It's flat 10 DPS. Whereas the 2 enchants give us about 15 DPS. So they're nice, those enchants. But then well, on the one hand I'm like, I'm gonna level enchanting, because you need to be 375 to get the rings. I'm gonna level enchanting all the way to 375, 15 DPS. But then I was thinking, I can turn, BOP blues that I get from content, heroics or whatever. I can turn them into shards. It's extra money. A bit of quality of life. So I'm contemplating doing that. If I'd be enchanting phase 2, phase 3, maybe phase 4. So most of TBC, I'd be getting the value out of those enchants. So it's kind of tempting, to be honest. And honestly, let's look at the logs for this gruel. I don't think the sappers are really doing that much for me. Yeah, 5.8 DPS. Now, that's a 2-minute fight. The gruel fight that we just did in The Sims is set to 60 seconds. So what was that? 729, 5.8 DPS. Probably a little bit less than what the rings are worth. The enchants, I mean. Bro, a 205 gruel. That's pretty good. So, maybe I drop engineering when phase 5 comes around. Keep enchanting. No, because I'm going to want engineering going into Wrath. Engineering and Wrath, if you think it's good now, holy shit. Wrath NG is a different level. It's a god tier profession. Absolutely insane. The stuff we can do with NG in Wrath. Huge. Ooh. Look for more AQ40. Need 8 more people. 20-minute run. Scarab Trinket HR. I just want bands of the Swarm Guard, really. But at this stage, not really worth it. Probably. $1,200 armor pen. It's pretty good though. Let's sim it actually. Hmm. What? What the hell? Even at 279 hit, I just jumped up 53 DPS with that badge. 55. That's absolutely insane. Okay, I'm joining that AQ. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. 2782. To put this in context, guys, for anyone who wasn't watching earlier on when I was doing Sims, Belt of 100 deaths. Belt of 100 deaths is a roughly 45 DPS increase over the phase 1 BIS. And I just swapped out Romulo's poison vial for this badge, and it's giving me the same from 40 up to mid 80s. Check this out. Back to baseline. Yeah. Belt of 100 deaths. $310. $314. Now we're at 2740 baseline with Swarm Guard. It was 2783. That AQ trinket is pushing more DPS than Belt of 100 deaths. That's absolutely insane. George is in for it too. And I'll be right back. I knew that trinket was good in phase one. Like, useful, but I didn't know it was that good. On short fights, that's insane. But if they're longer, let's see. Let's say 2-minute gruel. What's Maggie? Probably 3 minutes now. Three and a half. $25.60. So if it's, what was that, 1 minute before, and now we're at 3.5. So we divide it by 7. The DPS increase was 45. That's probably gonna bring it up to like 25.70. Oh, we're losing DPS. Ah, yeah. Because Romulos will continue to give hit throughout the fight. And continue to poison. Okay, so it's a big DPS loss on longer fights. When does it start to fall off? Probably around the 2-minute mark. $25.30. So it should probably be the same. No, 2 minutes even, it's losing 10 DPS. Let's go 90 seconds. 2700. $2,700. So at 90 seconds, a minute and a half, every fight that's under that, up to a minute and a half, Swarm Guard is better. So Mulgar, definitely. Although it might take a little while to get going on Mulgar. So it might actually be a great, at 30 seconds, it might actually be as good. Still, we can try it. For most of the fights in Karazhan, it's going to be unreal. Achuman, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, all of them, except for Prince. And Nightbane. Everything else, I bet you that the top DPS guys are using that. And then swapping their gear out. Then again,
Naria Shola. We will have justice.
Alright, you legends. It is 20 past 6 p.m. here. I've been up since 11 p.m. yesterday. Oh, I'm gonna sleep. It was a pleasure. Samwise, we'll chat to you soon. All the lurkers in the chat, big love. And we'll chat to you sometime.